Welcome back to another Destiny 2 video. Today's video is an updated solo flawless dungeon guide for all three classes. I'll be briefly going over the basics of the guide itself, but if you're just looking to watch a solo flawless run, feel free to jump around with the timestamps in the description. This guide is designed for anyone interested in solo and solo flawless runs for any dungeon, regardless of experience, in-game skill, or familiarity with dungeon mechanics. All of the builds that I use here, as well as any alternatives I list down in the description, are beginner friendly. While many bosses can be defeated in fewer damage phases, these builds are meant to be easy enough that anyone can replicate them. You won't find complex damage rotations or loadout swapping in this guide for the sake of simplicity. If you don't like a build that I specifically use in an encounter, there will be multiple alternatives across all three classes that you can reference for your own run. I'm mainly trying to showcase a wide range of options you have for boss fights rather than specifically meta picks for a specific boss. A full solo flawless run will be shown for each dungeon across alternating classes, but I will showcase boss damage setups for all three when relevant. If you are watching after Heresy has ended, I will be updating the description and comments for any noteworthy changes to the builds, or recommend different artifact mods to use depending upon what's available. But keep in mind, all of the builds shown here today will still be strong even after this episode concludes. Nothing shown here will be exclusive to episode Heresy, and will still be viable even without artifact mod support. One final note before we get into the dungeon guides. As I'm currently editing this, Bungie has just patched sigil stones to no longer double damage outside of episode Heresy content. Some of the runs here were filmed before this change, so if you see me picking up these sigil stones in certain activities, that's why. So recent that even in a few of the later dungeon runs, I don't even realize they're not working anymore. It doesn't change any of the damage recommendations I would do for stuff like boss DPS or any strategies I would have for solo flawlessing the dungeons. Everything is exactly the same as I would recommend with or without something like sigil stones active. With all of that out of the way, let's get into the first run. Starting off on Shattered Throne. This is the first dungeon in Destiny 2, and it's by far the easiest. The first encounter is Erebus Labyrinth, and this encounter consists of ad clearing and dedicated zones. And that's it. Defeat the first group at the start of the dungeon, and a symbol will appear in the center. That symbol tells you where on the map the next group of ads is, and it simply repeats. I'll throw up a map on screen to showcase the actual layout of this encounter, but again, it's simply ad clearing, so it's fairly straightforward. The only thing to note about this dungeon in general is that this was made before rally flags, so as you go through the dungeon, you won't have consistent ammo or abilities for each encounter. Thankfully though, all the encounters are fairly straightforward and easy enough, so you won't really have to be changing loadouts anyway. Once you finish the final symbol, the floor will open up and you can follow the path I take here to progress to the next encounter. As with any parkour section, I'd recommend using an eager-edged sword for movement if you have one, and some kind of movement ability if available to your character, just to save yourself in case you fall off a ledge. On to Vorgeth. Vorgeth is the first boss of the Shattered Throne. Once again, he's incredibly easy. The mechanic is once again ad clearing, where killing taken wizards will drop an orb that grants a stack of Petitioner's Mark. Picking up all 4 orbs by defeating all 4 wizards gives you the Petitioner's Burden debuff. You can deposit this debuff at the center platforms to start damage. This boss has been power crept by an immense amount, so almost any damage setup can one-face him very easily. Simply dumping heavy ammo, special ammo, or even just using your super without any serious buff and debuff stacking is typically enough for a one-phase. I know that might sound very simple, but believe me, dungeons get way more complicated going forward. This is the easiest by far. Once you kill Vorgeth, follow my path to get to the final boss of the Shattered Throne dungeon, and Solo Flawless is yours for the taking.
Let my hand guide you.
Coming up on the last encounter of the dungeon, this is Dul Incaru. And let me pause here to explain how to defeat her, because this will take longer than the actual encounter itself. Much like the previous encounter, you need to pick up orbs to actually start damage phase, and how you get orbs is by killing the Dark Blades in the center. They'll drop an orb similar to the wizards in Vorgeth, and for each one you pick up, you'll deal more damage to the final boss. I would recommend killing all 3 just so you don't have to deal with them while damaging the boss, and again to improve your overall damage. Picking up an orb will give you a stack of Finite Thought with a timer. If you can't kill the boss before the timer expires, jump onto the middle platform to cleanse. The Dark Blades will respawn and the encounter will repeat. Much like Vorgeth, she's been power crept immensely, so simply heavy or special dumping, or often just spamming your super, is enough to deal with her. She also takes increased precision damage intrinsically, so any sniper rifle, linear fusion rifle, or precision-based weapon will shred her, especially something like Celestial Nighthawk, which will just one-shot her from full health. Again, I know this encounter sounds ridiculously easy, but that's because it is. Compared to newer dungeons, this dungeon is basically a strike. It's really not that complicated, mainly ad clearing to get to the final boss to deal damage. And just like that, we have completed the first dungeon. Next up is Pit of Heresy, and much like Shattered Throne, this dungeon has been power crept immensely. Most of the challenge when this dungeon was released came from difficulty with survivability, but now that we have stuff like Amplified, Frost Armor, Woven Mail, Restoration, etc., it's a lot easier. Starting off on the first encounter, which is Necropolis. This involves traversing a Hive-covered cliffside and defeating specific bosses with the dungeon relic. To start the encounter, drop down to the Hive tower with a triangle symbol above it and kill the yellow barred knight to unlock the door. Once inside, you'll find a sword bearer and 3 hanging symbols. Defeating the sword bearer drops the sword relic, and the 3 hanging symbols tells you where you need to take that relic to beat the actual encounter. The 3 hanging symbols tell you where you need to go, but the order actually doesn't matter. When you get to the specified tower based on your Hive runes, defeat the yellow bar knight to unlock it. Once inside, you will have to defeat the special Hive boss to complete that rune. There are 3 different kinds of special Hive bosses that you defeat with the relic. The first is the Hive Knight, which can only be damaged by the light attack. The Hive Wizard can only be damaged by the heavy ranged attack. And the Shrieker is only damaged by reflecting its projectiles back at it while blocking with the relic. Technically, all 3 can also be damaged by the relic's super attack, but good luck doing that on a Shrieker. To actually beat the Necropolis encounter, defeat all 3 Hive bosses at your specified runes, and travel to the tower marked by a green beam in the center. Killing the yellow bar knight unlocks that door, and once you enter it, you're done. A quick tip for you guys too, whenever your relic runs out of ammo, you can find more swordbearer knights wandering the arena across the bridges between sections. Typically killing nearby adds also helps them spawn in. The next section is the Tunnels of Despair, which is a puzzle lock leading to the second encounter. To beat it, you need to find the 3 Hive Knights hidden within the walls of the tunnel, pick up the orbs they drop, and deposit each at one of the 3 locked doors. All of this is happening, there are 3 invincible Hive Ogres that are patrolling around the tunnels, so the key is to hide within the walls to avoid them whenever possible. You can follow the exact path I take here, which I believe is the fastest and the easiest, but also put up a map of the tunnels on screen for your own reference. Onto the second encounter of Pit of Heresy, we have Chamber of Suffering. The second encounter is a survival focus encounter without any bosses. The general mechanic is that there's a center platform that you need to occasionally stand on. Staying off of it for too long will actually wipe you. And to progress in this encounter, there are Hive Knights that spawn in periodically at each side. Killing these Knights will drop an orb that you need to deposit at the center plate. Once you deposit 6 orbs, the encounter is complete. The only mechanic to worry about in general is Curse of Suffering, which is a stacking debuff periodically given to you as the encounter goes on. You can't actually die from this debuff, but it will increase your damage taken from all sources for each stack. So the more stacks that you build up, the more damage you'll take in general, and the harder it'll be to survive. You can reset your stacks by depositing Void Orbs in the center. Again, any builds with extreme damage resist or healing like Restoration or Devour make this entire section extremely easy. Just make sure you don't stay off the plate too long and wipe. A small tip is that when you deposit the Void Orb, 2 Boomer Knights will spawn at the top of the arena, and these can deal a ton of damage and be very annoying to deal with. You can bypass the set from spawning by saving an orb and then dunking 2 in quick succession, which will only cost 2 Knights to spawn instead of 4. In general though, as long as you have something to deal with general ad clearing as well as with these Knights in the top of the arena, you'll be fine. After Chamber of Suffering, we have the second puzzle maze. Drop down and avoid the spike beams and lanterns, and take a look at the runes shown on the wall. I'll put up a map showcasing the actual layout of the area, but in short, you need to go to the symbols that you were given and kill the Hive wizards. Once all three are dead, the door to the final boss will unlock. Again, bring a sword for movement, and if possible, a movement-based ability to make traversal a lot easier. Watch out for the spike lanterns and the pillars, as they can one-shot you if you touch them, and take your time. This is a very easy way to wipe on a solo flawless run, just because of the fact that you can fall to your death very easily. The beams can one-shot you, the lanterns can one-shot you, so just take your time and be safe. Finally, onto the last boss of the dungeon, we have Zulmak. Zulmak is a combination of the previous encounters, where you have all the swordbearers present, all three Hive special bosses, and void orbs. Summarized, you need to kill a swordbearer, grab the relic, and defeat a special Hive boss on one of the three sides. They'll drop a void orb that you can deposit in the center, and once all three void orbs are deposited, boss damage will begin. A quick tip for you guys is you don't actually have to deposit the void orb to its corresponding side. Typically, after you get an orb, all of the ads and the boss will be grouped closest to you. And if you try to deposit there, you can die pretty easily. What I tend to do is run around to the other side where it's safer and deposit there. Again, the Hive Knight can only be damaged by the light attack, the Hive Wizard only by the heavy attack, and the Shrieker can only be damaged by reflecting its projectiles back at it. For boss damage itself, after all three orbs are deposited, the boss will become vulnerable. You have to be within the center ring of the arena to actually deal damage to the boss. He will be immune if you try to deal damage outside of it. While you're fighting him, he'll have a few AoE flame attacks that can deal a lot of damage, and Curse Thrall will spawn occasionally from the sides. Bringing survivability supers like Bubble, Will of Radiance, Song of Flame, or Tether to suppress all the Thrall will definitely help you stay alive in this encounter. In my example here, I used Lord of Wolves for this encounter, which if you're curious is still a top tier weapon despite its recent nerf, as it's basically a special version of Legend of Acrius. but there are a wide range of weapons and builds that I would recommend below that'll work great for this boss fight. As you deal damage to him, eventually he'll drive his sword into the ground and the arena will start to glow. This is a warning that damage phase is about to end, so do your last little bit of damage and leave the center ring. If you are within the center ring when the boss finishes this animation, it's an instant wipe. So again, as soon as he does this, get ready to leave and continue with the encounter. Once damage phase is over, the encounter will repeat. He's fairly easy to one phase even while solo with a suboptimal setup, but again, 1 or 2 phases, take your time, play it safe, and congratulations, you've solo flawless Pit of Heresy. The next dungeon is Prophecy. This opening encounter serves as an introduction to the mechanics of this dungeon, but if you're like me and you don't want to waste 5 minutes on it, you can skip it just by using a skimmer shown here to get directly to the first encounter. How the mechanic works though is simply standing in a dark or lit zone and then killing a taken knight will drop corresponding motes. If you're standing in a dark zone or in the shadows of the map, killing a taken knight will drop dark motes. If you're killing in a lit area of the map, killing a knight will drop light motes. After getting 5 of one kind of mote, you can activate your grenade on top of the corresponding platform to progress the encounters. You'll see this in action here in a minute. For the first encounter of this dungeon, we have Phalanx Echo, which is the opening boss of Prophecy. To get to damage phase, you need to deposit light and dark motes at each light and dark platform that you're given. To start off, you'll have 2 light and 2 dark platforms. Again, killing taken knights while standing in light or dark creates 3 light or dark motes. Picking up 5 of a kind primes your motes to deposit, and by standing on the corresponding platform, you can then deactivate them using your grenade. In the video here, I do a bit of tech that lets you deposit both dark or both light platforms simultaneously by doing so in the air between them. You don't have to do this, it just makes things go a little faster if you're used to it. Once all 4 platforms are deactivated, the boss's shield will go away and you can deal damage. Eventually during damage phase, Taken Vex will spawn in and they can potentially shield the boss, so just keep an eye out for them. The boss is pretty straightforward. His shield can be pretty annoying and it can physics you off the map if you're not paying attention, so avoid the shield when he charges its AoE blast. In addition, any damage dealt to the shield will be nullified, so the best way to deal with this is to use splash damage and indirectly hit him, like from a rocket launcher or heavy grenade launcher, or even to circle him like I do to just avoid the shield in general. In addition, if you play Warlock, you can simply place a well down on top of him, and the damage modification from well will help bypass his shield directly, so it's very easy to deal damage with any decent sword or glaive melee build, for example. If you don't kill him in a single phase, he'll go immune again, and the encounter will repeat with a different variation of 4 plates containing light and dark platforms. Once you kill him though, the center area will open up and you can fall down into the next area. Onto Wasteland, which is the connecting section between the first and second encounter. All you have to do here is find the group of 3 taken blights and destroy them 3 times in total. There'll be some ads guarding the blights and invisible taken minotaurs will be roaming the wastelands. However, you don't have to technically kill any ads in this section. Again, destroying the 3 blights is the requirement. Once a set of 3 blights is destroyed, a taken sphere in the center of the area will direct you to the next set of blights when you approach it. Repeat this a few times and the entrance to the second encounter will open up. On to the second encounter, we have Hexahedron. This is one of my favorite encounters in any dungeon just because of how unique it is, but in short, you follow the same light and dark mechanic as before, but this time you're depositing based on a specific location of the taken sphere on the wall. To actually get the motes you need to deposit, you need to spawn in the knights, and to do so, you have to kill the taken hobgoblins at the top of the arena. Kill these knights, pick up the motes, and dunk light or dark motes based on where Toland or the taken sphere actually is. For example, in my first rotation, the taken orb is above a light plate, so all I'm doing is killing the 2 taken knights while standing in a lit area to spawn in the taken light motes. After picking up 5 of them, I get my deposit charge, I'll go over to it, activate my grenade, and that ends it for that room. After I deposit, I then go to the center, will be lifted up into the cube, the arena will rotate, and I'll repeat the encounter for a bit. Again, very straightforward, basically dedicated ad clear while dunking on a specific plate specified by Toland. Something to note is that if you have a room where a taken orb isn't present on the wall, that means that you can deposit either a light or dark at its matching plate. It really doesn't matter. In this situation, the taken sphere you're looking for is technically above you, so you need to rotate the room in any direction to then see the specified plate you need to bank at. Again, after repeating this encounter cycle for a bit, you'll then come to the final room where 2 taken Phalanx bosses will spawn in as the last obstacle in this encounter. Thankfully, they are ridiculously weak, so just kill them and you're done. Moving on to the third encounter, we have Rainbow Road, which I'm sure you can probably tell why that is. Using stuff like skimmers, eager-edged swords, grapple grenades all make this a lot easier, but worst case, you can always follow along with the ribbons or the floating paths directly on a regular Sparrow. Absolute worst case, you can even do so on foot if you're nervous about wiping or messing up your driving. Again, as with most traversal sections, you can simply follow the path that I take here to progress towards the final boss. Finally, onto the last boss of the dungeon, and we have Kell Echo. For the actual mechanics leading up to damage, there really isn't anything too different going on. You'll have 3 plates with some combination of light and dark charges, and again, by depositing in all 3, the center is unlocked to take you to boss damage. A thing to note is that when you deposit at a plate, a taken ogre will spawn in, and while you don't need to defeat these ogres, I would recommend that you do. Again, after depositing all 3 charges, the center will open up, which you can then fall down into and go to boss damage. During boss damage, you'll be dropped down into a floating arena with Kell Echo. The boss will have a large ring around him. Standing outside this ring will build up stacks of dark entropy. At 10 stacks, you'll die instantly, so you need to stay within that ring as much as possible. As damage phase continues, the boss will also teleport further back into the room, forcing you to reposition and follow him as he leaves. As damage phase continues, the boss will teleport further and further back into the room, forcing you to reposition and follow him as he teleports. He'll also shoot taken portals at you, which can send you further back into the arena outside of the taken ring. This can lead to a wipe if you already have 7 or more stacks of dark entropy, because you simply don't have the time to actually make it back into the ring, which is why staying within that radius is so important. Finally, as the boss teleports further back into the arena, taken hobgoblins will spawn in. They're very simple to deal with, just look out for them when they spawn in and try to deal with them quickly. As far as damage strategies you can use against Kell Echo, there really isn't anything too crazy limiting your damage options. Typically, anything precision based is very easy to use because he has a massive head crit spot, But realistically, as long as you're not directly on him with something like a sword or a glaive build, for example, you'll be perfectly fine. In my encounter here, I'm just using Still Hunt with Celestial Nighthawk and continually reprocking the Golden Gunshot from it. It's a very straightforward strategy that deals very good consistent damage. So again, to summarize for damage, as long as it isn't a sword or glaive melee setup, it'll be perfectly fine for this boss fight. Now, it is absolutely possible to solo one-face this boss. I'm just not being very optimized with my setup, and again, you don't have to either. After DPS ends, he'll disappear into the back center platform, which you'll follow him down into, and that'll repeat the first encounter, except the room has been rotated, much like the second encounter. But again, you'll have some combination of light and dark plates to bank at. Activating all three of those plates will then open up the center, and you can go back through and deal boss damage again.
And so the Nine have spoken.
On to the next dungeon, we have Grasp of Avarice. This whole dungeon revolves around the Burdened by Riches debuff mechanic, where picking up these fake exotic engrams starts a 30-second timer. Every time you pick up an additional engram, your timer will reset and you gain another stack. If you reach 0 seconds on your timer, you'll die instantly. To remove these stacks, standing near large crystals will pause your timer and drain you of all of your stacks over time. To offset this debuff, anytime you pick up 10 fake engrams, you'll fully recharge all of your super and abilities, which honestly helps make this dungeon a lot easier, because again, you can basically spam your super all the time and always have it back when you need it. As far as progressing past this introduction, keep killing the waves of Hive that spawn in and depositing your stacks in the loot cave at the crystal. Once the crystal fully grows, the ground will open up, and from there just follow my pathing to the first encounter. At this point in the dungeon, there are several traps that will purposely wipe you if you make a mistake, such as activating the wrong switch or standing on the wrong pressure plate. So again, follow the exact path that I take to avoid these traps, and don't interact with anything that I don't. For this canal section, you can go into each side room and open them up one at a time to travel across, as touching the water will kill you, but if you have an Egret sword like I do, you can simply fly all the way across and go to the final section. On to the last section of this traversal. In this encounter, you need to pick up a Scorch Cannon dropped by a Vandal, so keep going with the pathing that I'm doing here, and eventually the Vandal will spawn in. Shooting the Depositor 3 times with the Scorch Cannon, or shooting it once and then holding the charge to its 3rd tier, will activate the Depositor. This will then unlock the door and allow you to continue forward. Before you progress up the stairs though, once you go halfway up, a barrel will drop down and try to kill you. So simply avoid this by ducking into one of the side cubbies whenever you get about halfway up the stairs. Now onto the first actual encounter of this dungeon, we have Fill. Fill is very straightforward. To start damage phase, you need to deposit 25 stacks of Burdened by Riches at the center crystal. To get those stacks, you need to kill the Vandal at the back of the arena who drops a Scorch Cannon, and then use the Scorch Cannon to open up the side rooms carrying the Hive that actually have the fake engrams. Each side will typically net you anywhere from 15 to 18 of these engrams, so typically just doing 2 of these sides is enough to get enough for damage phase. A quick tip for this dungeon, since you get your super back so fast, feel free to spam it whenever you need it. Even if it's just to kill a group of ads, you'll typically regen your super within a few seconds because of the nature of the mechanic in this dungeon. Before we get into damage strategies, a few things to note though. The first thing is that your Scorch Cannon will despawn if you leave it sit there for too long. If that happens, a Vandal will eventually spawn back in again carrying another Scorch Cannon, but just keep in mind, if you don't have access to another Scorch Cannon and you're carrying stacks of Burdened by Riches, you should just go ahead and deposit them at the crystal, because it typically takes 10 to 15 seconds to spawn that Vandal in anyway. And the other thing to note is that you don't have to deposit all of your stacks at the same time. If you only have 10 stacks, for example, and you want to play it safe and just deposit those 10, you can go to the back of the arena where the crystal is and deposit those 10 stacks and then go off and get more. You don't have to deposit all of the stacks at the same time. Again, once you deposit 25 stacks in total, damage will begin. For damage, there's a wide variety of strategies and setups you can use here. In my footage, I actually use a close range strategy with Legend of Acrius, but again, pretty much any range setup will work as well. If you want an extremely easy strategy with this boss, anytime that you cause an ignition, he'll actually stagger. So if you have it, stuff like Dragon's Breath or 1000 Voices can actually stun lock him very effectively. And of course, with this dungeon, since supers are so prevalent with the mechanic, you can easily use a roaming super with a damage boost, something like Syntheseps or Spirit of Starter, for example, and that'll give you a ton of damage off of your super alone. The only kind of damage restriction I would say this boss has is, in general, being an ogre, he has a very high damage, high flinching Void Blast that he can constantly spam at you, and if you're trying to use something that's precision based, it can typically be a bit difficult to actually land consistently, but again, anything pretty much works against this guy. He will casually walk towards you as damage goes on though, so typically if you're using a range strategy, stay towards the back of the arena, even behind the crystal if you can help it, just to avoid him walking directly on top of you and kind of ruining your setup. After defeating Phil, go on to the next encounter, which is the Sparrow Section. And in my opinion, this is the hardest encounter in the game, simply because it's very easy to die here. To begin, interact with the left panel and hop on your Skimmer or your Sparrow. There are multiple paths that you can actually take here that'll work, but the one that I take is the easiest in my opinion. As you can see on my screen, you have to race against the bomb checkpoints before the timer runs out. If the timer hits 0, you wipe. The path that I take here involves shortcuts reaching the bomb, as well as a few switch interactions that will actually extend your timer slightly. Again, this is the hardest part of the dungeon in my opinion, since there isn't much you can do in terms of survivability. Sometimes enemies just have perfect aim and can instantly blow up your Sparrow, and other times they don't even know you're there. Next up, onto the third encounter, we have Shield Shutdown. The basic premise is to use gravity lifts around the arena to find the shielded servitor. Once you find it, kill nearby adds and gain 20 stacks of Burden by Riches. Depositing all 20 into the nearby crystal then removes your stacks and removes the servitor's shield, which lets you kill him. When you kill the servitor, a ball will spawn in that you have to push towards the grav lift of that section and launch towards the center structure to damage the battery. To launch it, you simply have to aim the gravity lift towards the center structure, activate it with a Scorch Cannon, and that's it. Simply repeat this whole thing at 4 different areas and you're set. For this encounter specifically, for whatever reason, it's extremely buggy. To help limit any soft locks or any forced wipes, make sure you take your time rolling the servitor ball towards the gravity lift. If it falls in the water, sometimes a servitor will respawn directly replacing it, and other times it can soft lock the encounter and cause no servitors to spawn in again. In addition, make sure the gravity lift is actually aimed at the shield structure when you use it. All of the gravity lifts are facing this way by default, but if you ever adjust them to launch yourself towards other areas in the arena, make sure you reset them. Also, much like the other encounters, if you ever pick up an engram after fully growing a crystal, you can simply go back to that crystal and deposit it. There is no limit to how many stacks you can put into a crystal, just don't carry one of these timers over to another area and risk a wipe. Again, once you do this 4 times, the encounter is finished. Simply go to the center island and launch yourself upwards towards the final boss. Finally, onto the last boss of the dungeon, we have Captain Avarokk. After approaching the engram in the center of the arena, the encounter will start and the boss will spawn in. Shortly after the boss spawns in, a boss-style Shank and Invisible Vandal will spawn in as well. The Pirate Shank has a ton of health and deals a lot of damage, and while the Invisible Vandal won't directly attack you, it will run around the arena and pick up engrams that you need to spawn in for the mechanic. So if possible, you should kill both of these as quickly as you can. In my opinion, it's easiest just to burn your super off the bat and kill them from there. For the actual mechanics, much like Phil, you basically need to deposit a bunch of stacks into the center crystal to get to damage phase. However, in this encounter, you need 60 stacks total. Again, keep in mind, you don't need to get 60 stacks and deposit all of these all at once. You can simply get a few and deposit them here and there. To spawn in the actual engrams, you need to defeat the Vandal with the Scorch Cannon that'll be somewhere in the arena, and then shoot the side deposits with the Scorch Cannon to spawn in 10 engrams on each side. From there, you can simply go and pick them up. Once you activate a deposit, that side's deposit will be deactivated until you activate a different side's deposit. So in my opinion, the easiest thing to do is to simply jump back and forth between 2 sides and keep chain activating their deposits to get a bunch of engrams to spawn in all at once. As far as damage goes, a wide variety of builds will actually work on this boss. Again, close range options work, and you can actually go up close to him to deal damage. You can stay back here and deal damage at the crystal for a medium to long range style damage setup. There really isn't any kind of restriction on this guy. If you wanted to be very simple, you can even just pull out a sword and go to town, or again, since this is Grasp of Avarice, simply burn your super and then go hide for the rest of the phase if you really wanted to. In short though, I'm just simply sitting behind my barricade and just holding down a trigger. While this damage setup is far from optimal, again it's a very simple one, it's something anyone can replicate and does decent damage overall. After damage is over, the boss will go immune and a new Shank and a new Invisible Vandal will spawn in. Again, I recommend dealing with these guys as soon as possible just because of how difficult they can make this encounter if they're left alive for too long. From there though, the entire encounter repeats and you can just simply go from there. Moving on to the next dungeon, we have Duality. And Duality is the first serious difficulty spike in Destiny's dungeons in my opinion. It becomes essential to have a build with constant survivability and really good ad clearing potential because this dungeon just has so many enemies all the time. In general, the mechanic involves using the Bells of Conquest to travel from the normal version of this dungeon into the Nightmare version of it. To enter the Nightmare dimension, you simply shoot the Bell of Conquest from any range, but to leave, you need to be standing directly next to the bell. If you aren't standing within the small circle around a bell while in the Nightmare dimension and you activate it, you will instantly die. Being right next to the bell is how you safely leave that dimension and go back to the regular world. To get to the first encounter, just follow a similar path to what I take here and activate the bells along the way. Be mindful of the ads that spawn in, and it's pretty straightforward.
My rise as Emperor is an ancient tradition of our people.
Callus? No, not Callus, but an echo of him. This is a recollection of a time since past.
My Bell of Conquest is so grand, because I have lived a grand life. One day, my brother, you will be just as majestic.
You are experiencing echoes of Callus's personal torment. Glimpses into his past which may provide insight to the future. I must focus to maintain your connection to this mindscape. From here, you must navigate these memories on your own.
Is the mighty call to greater power to kneel down and take
On to the first boss, we have Nightmare of Gahlran, a close-range melee-focused boss. In general, for stuff like TPS, bring a close-range option, stuff like Lord of Wolves, Legend of Acrius, a glaive melee build, a sword build, for example, all work fantastic. For the general mechanics of the encounter, there are 2 bells at either end of the arena. These are what you will use to travel to and from the Nightmare dimension. Start off by entering the Nightmare and look for a yellow health bar scion in one of the corners of the arena. Killing that scion will drop a banner that's one of 4 symbols, either sun, cup, dog, or axis. Interact with the banner to pick it up and take it back to the normal world. To do so, you'll need to unlock the Bell of Conquest in the Nightmare, which you do by killing Cabal Scorchers that'll spawn opposite of the side you originally shot to enter the Nightmare. Killing these Scorchers is essential because being in the Nightmare dimension when the Nightmare collapsing debuff hits 0 will force a wipe. Once you go back with the banner, you'll look at the symbols on the wall to find where to deposit that banner. When you do, the door will open up, step inside, kill some adds, and activate the bell while standing in the unlocked room. If the bell is locked, again you need to kill the 2 nearby Scorchers to unlock it. When you activate the bell and are standing in that side room, you'll be transferred to the Nightmare version of that side room with replicas of the boss inside. Kill all of them to unlock the end of the hallway, and repeat these steps a second time to get to boss damage. Again, to simplify this because it can get very complicated, go into the Nightmare, kill the yellow health bar scion, pick up the banner he drops, and deposit it in the real world at the corresponding location. Go into the newly opened door, shoot the bell, kill the boss clothes inside, and repeat one more time. When you do that twice, damage phase will begin. A small bit of tech you can use for your own run is that killing yellow health bar scions in this section will give you a bit of time back on your Nightmare collapsing timer. So when you first go in and grab a banner, you can kill both scions that spawn, but only pick up 1 banner. Then on your second run in, go back and pick up that second banner you originally left, and you'll see that a new scion has actually spawned in that corner. Leave that scion alive. What will happen is as you lead up to damage phase and you start killing those side replicas of the boss, that new scion will actually be in there. And you can kill that scion to get more time and therefore have a longer damage phase. The only thing you need to be careful of is that when you spawn in that additional scion doing this, you'll have another banner in that side room where it really shouldn't be. The best thing you can do is just simply to avoid this banner and actually kill the new scion on that side to override it with the actual correct new banner. Again, you don't have to do this. It's a small exploit that I found very early on when this dungeon was released, and something that I still use to just get an extra 15 seconds during boss DPS. But again, it's totally optional. You don't need to do this. The boss is extremely aggressive and mobile during these damage phases, so again, close range options that are easy to use are the best things for boss DPS. For this boss fight, there isn't any technical time limit for damage on the boss, as the amount of time that you have is based on how fast you get out of the side room. But keep in mind, you need to exit the Nightmare before your timer reaches 0, so that acts as your pseudo time limit. Again, leading up to boss damage, I'll always kill the Scorchers before I go on to damage the boss, and at 10 seconds remaining, I'll typically leave the Nightmare just to be safe on how much time I have. After you kill Gahlran, feel free to follow the path that I take here. You'll drop down in the center and then eventually find your way to a large chasm. There are a few switches you can actually use to open up small platforms along the sidewall to eventually find your way through to the next section. Again, you can follow the pathing that I take here, or if you have something like a grapple grenade with an eager-edged sword, you can always just simply sword fly across the whole section towards the end. Whatever is easiest for you.
There was a time I would have gladly laid in death beside you. Here in your crimes. Different then. No one of honor will be interned here. The dead are raw material and nothing more.
Coming up onto the second encounter, we have the top of the vault, and what we need to do is unlock this vault to get to the second encounter. How to do so is to have all the statues in the middle face towards the center bell. And if you noticed, only one is. One is facing 90 degrees off to the side, and two are facing the complete opposite direction. What you need to do is go into the Nightmare Realm and adjust the statues with a switch on the back of them to have them face the center. When you use the switch on the back of them, they'll rotate 90 degrees. The pattern is always one statue facing off to the side, needing to be interacted with 3 times, and that's what I'm doing here. And then for the other two statues that are facing 180 degrees the opposite way, all you need to do is interact with them twice to rotate them twice 90 degrees or do a full 180 degree rotation. Again, this is constant every time you do duality. The statues themselves might change. I actually haven't checked that myself, but it's always some combination of one statue needing to be rotated 3 times and 2 needing to be rotated twice. Once you have them rotated properly, you can simply shoot the Bell of Conquest and go back into the real world and the vault will unlock. If you didn't get it right the first time, you can always go back in and readjust the statues if you need to. For the second encounter, we have Navigate the Vault, and this is a very high ad density encounter, so any kind of build that thrives off of having a ton of ads nearby is perfect for this section. In general, what you're doing is you're finding out what 2 symbols you need in the overworld, and then finding the banners in the Nightmare Realm and bringing them back here. Pretty straightforward, kind of similar to how the first encounter worked leading up to boss damage. What you'll do is as the encounter starts, you'll see the 2 symbols spawn in the center arena, dictating which ones you need. In my case, for example, it's dogs and chalice. So what I'm going to start off by doing is killing the Scorchers to actually activate the bells and allow me to go into the nightmare dimensions. And then the other thing I'm going to do is reference the 4 small walls in the corner that actually have the symbols on the backs of those walls. Each corner here is going to correspond to a certain side in the Nightmare Realm. So what I'm going to do is find which sides have dogs and which sides have chalice on them, and remember those for when I go into the Nightmare Realm. When you go into the Nightmare Realm, again, you're going to go to the corner that was specified in the overworld as corresponding to that symbol side, kill all the ads there, and eventually pick up the banner. If you ever get lost in the Nightmare Realm, one of the things you can do is all of the rooms will have some kind of symbol or some kind of architecture on them that actually tell you which side you're on. For example, I went to dogs first, and there's a giant dog statue in the center. The next one I'm going to is chalice, and there are cups all along the center of the arena. For example, for axes, there are a bunch of axe figurines along the sides, and for sun, there's a sun figurine in the back of the arena. In my version of this encounter, I'm actually doing both symbols at once. You do not need to though. If you want to, you can simply grab the first banner and you can leave. Once you have a banner, you can then go back into the reworld and actually deposit these at their location. Once you activate 2, the boss will become vulnerable and you can deal damage to him. After you kill the first boss, a new boss will spawn in, and the only difference is that he's slightly stronger, but the encounter really doesn't change at all. Again, I'm doing the same thing. I'm making sure the bell is unlocked. I'm finding the walls that actually have my symbols on them, and I'm shooting the bell to go into the Nightmare Realm to grab the banner. Again, you can grab the banners one at a time. You do not need to grab them both on the same run. Much like in the first encounter with the Scions, killing the standard bearers that actually drop the banner will give you additional time in the Nightmare, which is just a nice, helpful hint to keep in mind in case you're running low on time. Something I need to mention in this encounter specifically is that there are all 4 corners with bearers that spawn in this encounter, even though you only need 2 specifically. For example, in the second variant of this run, I had Axes and Sun. If I went over to Cups, for example, and killed the standard bearer, you don't die instantly, but you do have 15 seconds of time wiped off of your Nightmare Collapsing timer, which in many cases can lead to a wipe. So just keep in mind, if you don't remember which banner you needed, it's better to just simply go into the overworld, check real quick, and go back in, rather than risk a potential wipe just because you forgot which banner you needed. As far as the layout of the section goes, I'll throw up a map that actually showcases where everything is at, but just keep in mind, the layout is identical to the overworld. So if you go to the corner where a banner is that you need, say for example Sun, and you go to the corner where the Sun symbol is, if you then go into the Nightmare Realm, the Sun corner is right next to you already. It doesn't change for any reason. It is identical to the main layout of the dungeon. After we're done with the Vault encounter, you can simply follow the pathing that I take to get to the final boss. Again, any kind of eager edge sword really helps with just traversal through these sections.
She's more beautiful than any star I've ever beheld. I name her Caiatl, for the brightest star in our sky. May she outshine it always.
On to the last boss of the dungeon, Nightmare of Caiatl. This one is very similar to the second encounter, where you have a specific set of banners you need to pick up to get to boss DPS. For example, on my first section here, I have the symbols for dog and the symbols for chalice. And the way I actually tell which are which is that there are small icons above each of the platforms in the main arena that show which ones are which. For example, I see dog and I see chalice here, I shoot the bell, and then I go to those respective platforms to kill the standard bearer scions and pick up their banners. Again, the room layout is identical to the overworld, so it doesn't really change anything noteworthy. The only thing to keep in mind is, differing from the second encounter, there isn't any kind of architecture that actually tells you which platform is which. It's up to you to remember which scion corresponded to which symbol. Again, since the layout is identical, it's very easy to do so, as you can simply stand on the platform you actually need to get the banner from, shoot the bell, turn around, and the scion is right there if you really needed to. Again, you don't need to pick up both banners like I do. I just do it because it's simple enough in this encounter to do so. Once you deposit both of the banners, you'll then get the next set. For example, mine becomes Sun and Chalice again, so I'll just do the same thing. I'll find Sun and Chalice in the real world, and then shoot the bell, and then go kill the scions at those platforms to get the banners, and then come back out with them. Again, since you're in the Nightmare Realm, the bell will be locked, so simply kill the Scorches to unlock the bell, go back out into the standard world, and deposit your banners. Once you deposit all of your banners, you can then shoot the chain in the center of the arena to activate the bell and go to boss DPS. Now, the first time I did this, I think some kind of AoE damage I laid down previously activated the chain for me, which is why it started almost instantly after I deposited my banner. On my second round of mechanics leading to boss DPS, you'll see what I mean though when I say this. For boss damage itself, when you spawn in the arena, you'll then see 3 sets of Bell Keepers, or Cabal Scorchers. These guys will lock down the bells like they've always done, but instead of using them to get in and out of the Nightmare Realm, you're using them for damage here. So again, try to kill these guys as fast as you can. The main thing you want to look out for in this encounter though is which direction the boss goes. The boss does not have a set path for damage in this section. She can go one of 3 different ways. She can go straight down the middle towards the center bell, or to the left or right towards the left or right bell respectively. The most important thing you need to do in this encounter is to watch which direction she actually goes to, because while killing all of the Scorchers is important, you only need to kill the Scorchers at the bell she is currently going towards. If she's running off to the right side, killing the right Scorchers and leading up into the first damage phase is more important than killing the ones on the left side, because she's not going there yet. In my run here, when I'm teleported into the Nightmare Realm, I quickly kill the 2 Cabal Scorchers in front of me, and I look towards the boss to see where she's actually going to go. She starts to run towards the left, so I immediately go to the left and start killing the Cabal Scorchers here to unlock the bell. To deal damage, you're going to set up near the bell itself and ring it when she's nearby. This will then stun her temporarily and remove the damage resistance on her, allowing you to deal a lot more damage. Again, it's fairly close range, but she does take more precision-based damage, so anything that's easy enough to hit crits with is perfectly fine. After the first bell is over, she'll then go to one of the 2 remaining bells, so again, I just try to see which path she's actually taking and where she's going to go. I see that she's running towards the right side, so I quickly go and kill the remaining Cabal Scorchers to unlock the bell. Each bell lasts for about 10 seconds, so as long as you get all 3 bells, you have 30 seconds in total to deal damage to Caiatl. If she reaches one of the bells before you can ring it, boss damage will end and the encounter will repeat. There's no major punishment for missing boss damage, you just don't get to deal damage. As far as damage goes, again, Caiatl's fairly straightforward. I feel that close range damage is best against her, but again, you can really use a wide variety of options. She does take more damage from precision-based weapons, so you can feel free to use those, just get a little bit more damage if you wanted to. But again, I'm using Lord of Wolves, which even after its nerf is incredibly good. It's basically a special version of Legend of Acreus, but again, Legend of Acreus works. If you want to go with something precision-based, a slug shotgun, a sniper rifle, linear fusion rifle, especially with the artifact mods this episode work very well. Something to keep in mind in this encounter is much like in the second one, you can kill the wrong Scion, which will lead to you losing a lot of time on your Nightmare Collapsing debuff. Again, it's a very simple way to force a wipe if you're not careful, so if you ever forget which symbol you need or where that symbol is, simply leave the Nightmare encounter, check in the overworld to make sure, and then you can go back in. There is no punishment to going in and out of the Nightmare Realm as much as you want. In the second rotation of this encounter, I actually switched to a damage super. You don't need to do this. I'm just trying to showcase kind of the difference between the 2 supers in terms of survivability, as well as just having a different DPS option by using something like Nova Bomb versus Song of Flame. Again, just to showcase to you guys, you don't need to swap over like I do. For the next dungeon, we have Spire of the Watcher, which is nowhere near as difficult as Duality, but can still be a bit challenging. So again, just follow along with what I do here and you'll be set. Starting off on the mechanics, this opening section teaches you about Arctrition, which is a buff you can pick up from a pool dropped by these Minotaurs upon defeat. When you have Arctrition, you can shoot these starting nodes along the arena and chain arc energy through their lines to the end node. This intro encounter ends whenever all 4 nodes from start to finish have been shot. And again, the pathing of them doesn't actually change, so you can just follow along with where I'm going here and shoot the same nodes I do to get the same results. It doesn't change, there's no randomization with it. The pathing of these nodes from start to finish is always the same throughout the entire dungeon. There are a lot of enemies in this opening section, so just bring something with good survivability and add clearing potential and you'll be set. After you activate all 4 nodes, the center platform will open up and you can continue on to the first encounter after a bit of parkour.
Outside the Black Garden. They're a fanatical sect of programming devoted to the darkness, or rather the witness. Information stored here, but could it be linked to my visions? Why else would the witness be interested in these files?
On to the first encounter of Spire of the Watcher. This is Ascend the Spire. This one works kind of like the introduction mechanic, where you're just having these set nodes to follow along with that you need to activate with Arctrition from start to finish. This will occur twice for each level, and you have to clear 3 levels for the first encounter. But besides that, it's very straightforward. While there are some enemies to deal with along the way, there aren't really any major bosses to worry about. And again, the pathings don't actually change from dungeon runs, so you can just follow the exact same pathing I'm using here to get all the nodes very quickly. Something to note is that when you activate a node, as long as it's the next one in the sequence, it'll always stay activated even if you run out of the Arctrition buff. So if you need to, you can step away for a second. There's no time limit causing it to eventually despawn or to deactivate, for example. You can just simply shoot it, run away if you need to, and come back to it later. There is no time limit on this, even though there is in the Red 9 version of this dungeon. Moving on to the second section of this encounter, again, it's pretty much the same as the first. You're finding the starting location for the Arctrition nodes, following the line through and shooting the corresponding nodes after that, eventually leading to the third area where it's basically the same thing again.
mine remains in this terminal like an open door. It's using the tower's arrays to connect with installations across Sol. This must be in preparation to imprison the submines. Breaking their connection could end this threat.
So onto the second encounter, which is Descend the Spire. We're basically fighting the Harpy boss from the Garden of Salvation raid, and this one, again, works pretty much the same way. You're going to be killing the Vex Minotaur, which drops the Arctrician buffing pool, and then you'll be activating all 4 of these Arctrician nodes, starting in the center, that work their way out into the different spires of this top platform. Each side path has their own unique sequence compared to the other ones, but again, they don't change between encounters or dungeon runs, so if you wanted to, you can simply replicate what I'm doing here and get the exact same result. As you move along through the encounter, adds will spawn in along the sides and along the outside with Vexed Harpies. Just take care of those as you go through. They're not a big deal on their own, but can get pretty annoying whenever all of them are spawning in at the same time. So just kill them as you go through and you'll be set. Now for all these sequences, you can do these in any order. You don't have to start on a specific side, but the final node that you activate will be where the boss starts off to deal damage from. Whenever you activate the final node, again, the boss will go to that side since it's the last one you activated, and his eyes will begin to open up. Breaking those eyes is part of starting damage phase, and you can just simply deal damage from there. The setup I'm using here is a close range damage setup, which you can certainly replicate yourself using Lord of Wolves because it's still an incredibly strong weapon, but if you wanted to, you can also play it safe and avoid that blast at the end by using a long range setup with stuff like Whisper of the Worm, Queenbreaker, Leviathan's Breath, for example, are all fantastic options. Pretty much any linear fusion rifle with the artifact mods this season is also a good choice, and you can simply just sit where damage started and then just let the boss go off all the way into the middle while you stay safely back. Something to note during boss phase, you'll notice his health bar is slightly gated at the bottom. If you don't deal enough damage during damage phase to actually bring his health below that gate, that large explosion will happen, which can deal a lot of damage and knock you backwards. Again, with enough damage resist and survivability, it's something you can tank fairly easily, but if you wanted to completely avoid it, you can always just sit in the back and use a long range weapon, again like Whisper, Queenbreaker, Leviathan's Breath, for example, pretty much any linear fusion rifle. The way to get around it, though, is that if you do deal enough damage, the nuclear blast actually doesn't happen and you get some extended time on damage. So there is a way to deal even more damage than what you're seeing here with a proper setup. Again, I'm just kind of going at it with a very easy setup.
their hold over the security systems. Perhaps now we can... No! They're driving the reactor core to a meltdown. It's going prompt critical. Those power surges were intentional.
After beating the Harpy, you can descend into the Spire and follow my pathing to get here. At these sections, you'll need to pick up Arctrition from a Minotaur that spawns in after you clear the Room of Ads, and you can simply shoot all of the nodes to open up the bottom door and go further down into the Spire. As you do so, you'll come across a section featuring a lot of fan blades that are spinning. This section can be very easy to wipe in, so simply try to jump down from platform to platform as you progress, and don't let yourself reach all the way to the bottom, which will instantly wipe you.
Guardian, what we've seen here proves my visions have merit. We must secure the complex to convince Ikora. Trust me. A frail thing. As much as our mission. If this can restore her faith in me, I need this. Avarice's mind directs power to the reactor. Kill it, and the complex should stabilize.
On to the final encounter, we have Persys, the final boss of the dungeon. This encounter kind of works the same as the other ones. You're mainly using Arctrition to chain specific nodes throughout the rooms, and activating them leads to boss damage. To actually spawn in the Minotaurs that drop the Arctrition buff, you need to kill in the 2 Hydras at both sides of the arena to start. Once you kill the Hydras, the 2 Minotaurs can spawn in, 1 on each side, and you can pick up the Arctrition buff from them. Once you have Arctrition, go to the center of the arena and shoot all the 5 main nodes to activate the rest of the encounter. After doing this, 2 of the main 4 nodes in the arena, 2 on the left and 2 on the right sides, will activate. It'll be random which ones actually activate, but the paths for all of them stay the same. As you chain Arctrician through the nodes in this reactor core room, make sure the boss is nearby because he needs to be in this room shortly after connecting the final node to actually have damage phase occur. If you activate the final node in the reactor core and the boss is on the opposite side of the arena, he won't have enough time to make it into that room, and damage phase will be cancelled and the encounter will reset. After you activate the final node, the boss will stand there and begin to deactivate the reactor core. During this is when you go back into the main room you started in, and using Arctrician, you shoot all of those 5 starting nodes again. This will close the door, the reactor will go off and break his shield, and from here you can deal damage. General damage strategies can pretty much be anything splash damage focused. Solo, it's very hard to constantly hit precision damage against this boss because of how much he moves, how small his crit is, and how much those projectile void blasts actually flinch you. So again, I'm mainly just spamming Lord of Wolves and using Temptation's Hook with my close range setup to have great survivability and deal consistent damage. If you want a very easy alternative, stuff like 1000 Voices is actually fantastic against this boss because much like the ogre bosses I mentioned earlier in Grasp of Avarice, this will actually stun lock him as you deal ignitions. So what you can do with stuff like Particle Reconstruction in the Artifact mod is simply sit way back in the arena, have your ignitions go off and constantly stun lock him, and you just simply mag dump 1k into him. Something to note about this boss is he actually takes increased damage from supers, so if you have something you want to run like Cuirass of the Falling Star with Thunder Crash, or Starter Nova Bomb, or Starter Enhancement for another Hunter super, that works very well against this boss. And for Warlock specifically, anytime you put down a well, your own damage in your own well is converted into super damage. So if you want to use the 1k strategy like I mentioned earlier, you can just sit in your well and dump 1k and actually get a free damage bonus from it. In general though, the damage phase is fairly short, and after it's over, he'll go immune and the encounter repeats. Again, for this encounter and every encounter in this dungeon, the pathing of the Arctrician nodes will never change, so if you memorize them, you can get very fast at doing all these mechanics. However, which nodes you will need to shoot in this encounter specifically will change. One final note about this boss, he is extremely aggressive throughout the entire encounter. He will constantly chase you and try to deal damage to you with his void projectiles, as well as his boss stomp mechanic. The best thing you can do in this encounter is always try to be on the opposite side of the arena from him. Again, he will basically follow behind you the entire time, so if you can plan it out to where you're on one side of the arena, and as soon as he goes over to the other side to get you, you go over to the side he was previously at, you'll stay away from him, and because his void projectiles have a lot of travel time behind them, he really can't hurt you at all. So again, always try to keep in mind where he is in this encounter and just be opposite of him at all times. Other than that, it's a fairly easy dungeon, and again, it's an extremely simple mechanic that you can get very fast at once you become comfortable with it.
This was a
Next up, we have Ghosts of the Deep. Now, if you notice the length of this video, these last 4 dungeons are the bulk of this guide, and that's because these last 4 dungeons are the hardest ones in the game. They are a significant difficulty spike for dungeons in Destiny 2. The mechanical complexity of their encounters gets a lot harder than ones previously. Bosses have way more HP, there are way more ads spawning in, a lot more environmental hazards, so on and so forth. But again, I got you guys covered. Let's get into it. To start off the first encounter of Ghost of the Deep, find the Hive Ogre that'll spawn in one of the 3 lanes leading to the locked entrance and kill it. It'll reveal a green trail on the ground, similar to Wrathborn hunts from a while ago. Follow that to where you see a Hive rune in the sky. Kill the ads under the first rune, and then go to the next location with the same rune in the sky. Kill the ads there, and then go to the third location, again under the same rune, and you'll see a Hive light bearer eventually spawn in. Kill that Hive Lightbearer. Once you crush its ghost, you'll get a buff called Vestige of Light. You have until the timer runs out to bank that buff at the center altar, matching the rune that you've been following. So for example, in my run, my first rune is Coffee Table. I know it's dumb, but that's how I remember it. Once I kill all 3 areas of ads and crush the Hive Ghost, I go back to the main altar, kill the Hive Wizard there, and interact with the Deep Sight pool to reveal the runes on the Hive statues. I find the statue with the Coffee Table rune and deposit it there. Eventually, another ogre will spawn in on another lane, and the whole encounter repeats a total of 4 times. Since there aren't any bosses in this encounter, as long as you have a build with decent survivability and ad clear, you'll do just fine. After beating the first encounter, we then move on to Deep Methane, which is the traversal encounter, moving from first to second. Fair warning, this is a long haul. Not only do you have a ton of distance to traverse while dealing with adds and other environmental factors, but you also have underwater sections that can kill you if you ignore the pressure mechanic that I'll go over here in a second. While you're underwater, the bar on the left side of your screen effectively becomes your health bar. You can't sprint or double jump while you're submerged, and if the pressure bar reaches 0, you'll begin to die. To keep the bar up, you need to walk into the air bubbles located around the room, and if it's easiest for you, you can follow the exact pathing I take here through these sections. One small tip for these underwater sections, you're slightly faster when you're airborne, so if you see me hopping through these areas, that's why. It's not super relevant right now, but in the upcoming encounter, you'll see why I recommend it. As with any parkour section, any kind of eager-edged sword or movement ability can help. Just take your time and play it safe. On to the second encounter, we have Ecthar, the first boss of this dungeon. The mechanics of this encounter are fairly simple, but the challenge is the sheer number of adds and how absurdly massive Ekthar's health bar is. Start the encounter by killing the 3 Hive Knights that spawn in at the back of the room, and after killing them, a Hive Ogre will spawn in. Go ahead and kill him too. Once you do, a deep sight pool will open up in the center of the arena. When you activate it, you'll see 3 Hive runes in total on the side walls. In this run, mine were what I refer to as dot lines, X, and V. From here, I jump down into the water below, and the goal is to interact with these Hive runes. You don't need to get all 3 in a single trip, you can get them one at a time, and their locations will never change. The only real threat down here is the boss himself, who is always chasing you. This is where the hopping tech I mentioned earlier comes in handy. Best way to avoid him is simply not making any sharp turns. As long as you travel just by doing a large lap around the arena, he really can't catch up to you. Of course, you also have your pressure bar to manage, but there are multiple air bubbles down here to keep it filled. Make sure you interact with the correct runes down here, as interacting with the wrong rune will wipe you. Once you've interacted with all 3, return to the surface, and there will be 3 Lightbearer wizards. Crushing their ghosts give you a stack of Vestige of Light, which you'll bank at the Hive statues at the sides and back of the room. After depositing your final stack at the 3rd statue, damage phase will begin. The boss spawns in at the center of the arena, and of course he has an overshield because this is Ghost of the Deep. Towards the front though, a Hive Knight will spawn in, and when defeated, he'll drop a buff pool that lets you damage his overshield, and eventually break it. So simply put, kill that Knight as fast as you can, and use that buff to quickly break the overshield. From here, it's just a standard damage phase, but keep in mind, this boss has more health than a lot of raid bosses, so if this takes you 5 or 6 damage phases to kill him while solo, that is totally normal. I think in my first run, it took me 6 or 7. The build here I'm using is an extremely easy to use, super spam, and ability focused setup. It's really only requiring Tractor Cannon and Syntheseps on Banner 4 Strand Titan, mainly to take advantage of having so many adds nearby during damage phase. Being a close range boss, things like Lord of Wolves or stuff like Legend of Avaricce also work great, as well as swords or glaive melee builds if you're a fan of those. In addition, since he's a Hive Lightbearer, any weapons from the Root of Nightmares raid will also deal a bit more damage to him for free, so if you have any favorite DPS weapons from Root of Nightmares, now would be a good time to equip those. Once damage phase ends, he'll go immune and the entire counter repeats. Again, since this dungeon is so ad dense, having a build with good survivability is a must. Anything with some combination of damage resist and healing is fantastic. Typically, Prismatic offers this on all 3 classes, but also any decent arc setup with this episode artifact. In addition, that initial overshield he has can be a bit of a pain to break. If you're struggling to break the overshield consistently and want to just have a way to instantly break it, stuff like Arbalest can one-shot that overshield no problem, and it doesn't really take away too much from your overall damage because it's not your heavy weapon. So again, make sure you break that overshield as much as possible. If you're struggling to break it, put on Arbalest, hit it 1 time, and you're set. Next up, we have the second traversal section going to the final encounter. It's a bit shorter than the first one, but just follow the pathing I take here through the water sections, and we'll make our way to the final boss. I skip most of the ads in the upcoming section, but if you want to stop and deal with them along the way and play it safe, you absolutely can. Finally, onto the last boss of this dungeon, Simmumah. In the last dungeon guide I made, I said she was the hardest boss in any dungeon, and fortunately she's now only the second hardest boss. The general mechanics for this section are as follows. Start off the encounter by crushing the Hive Ghost in the center of the arena. Then interact with a deep sight pool located somewhere in the room. Again, its location can be random. When you do, you'll see 3 sections of Oric's corpse will be revealed, and go over to them and you'll see green rings around them. These are the 3 sections by which you'll be progressing the mechanic. Go to any of these sections, and while standing within the glowing ring, kill the Hive Knight that has spawned in. Once he's dead, a Hive rune will appear above your location. Find the green floating ring that's just spawned in as well. Typically, this is located between the area you're currently at and one of the other 2 areas you have for the mechanic. The objective is to line up the Hive room that spawned above you with the green ring standing somewhere in the arena. When done correctly, they'll both disappear. Again, it's purely line of sight focused and it can be a bit janky, so just take your time and mess with it a little bit. Once it's disappeared, you simply need to do this 2 more times, one at each other location, and you'll be done with the first phase of the mechanics. Yes, I said first phase. After doing this for all 3 zones, 3 Hive runes will appear above each zone. What you need to do now is go to the side rooms around the arena and kill each Hive Lightbearer one at a time. Each room will have one of these runes at its center, and once you crush the Lightbearer's ghost, you need to deposit the buff at the zone with the matching rune. This can become really complicated, so to help, don't worry about memorizing what runes are in the main area, only focus on the rune you're currently picking up from each Lightbearer, as we'll be depositing it shortly after we grab it. In addition, make sure to memorize the rune of that light bearer before crushing your ghost, as it will disappear when you do so. So if you need to, type it in game chat, write it down, anything you might need to use to remember it for when you enter the main arena, as if you put it in the wrong rune location, you will instantly wipe. In my first run, the rune I had was Lines, so when I kill the Hive Lightbearer, I run back into the arena, look for the zone that has the Lines rune, and deposit it. In order to be able to deposit the rune, make sure you have Deep Sight activated by interacting with the Deep Sight pool before you do. After you kill all 3 Hive Lightbearers and deposit all 3 runes at the correct locations, it's time for damage. Yes, all of this was for a single damage phase. Just like Ecthar, she has an overshield, but there's no additional add to kill in order to break it. You simply need to deal damage to it. In my opinion, Arbalest or some kind of anti-barrier weapon is a must for this encounter, solely because any damage dealt before her shield is broken is not true damage. Again, Arbalest not only has artifact support at this time, but it will one-shot her shield, making it extremely valuable. For the rest of the build I'm personally using, I'm using 2 Root of Nightmare weapons for a free 10% damage boost against Hive Lightbearers like the boss here, and I'm also using Storm to keep Barricade. The reason is for bolt charge damage, which is really strong this episode, but also because any rally barricade will provide an 80% damage resist to splash damage while behind it, and since the boss only attacks with splash damage, it dramatically increases our damage resistance against her specifically. If you're playing Titan, no matter what subclass you use for it, make sure you use a rally barricade during damage phase for better survivability. For the other 2 classes, Well of Radiance or Song of Flame is a must for pure survivability, and Hunter can use Golden Gun in terms of easy damage, as well as using Tether to debuff the boss and deal with any adds, as well as abusing Invisibility just for pure survivability. In my opinion, using a linear fusion rifle here is the only way to fight this boss solo, as her movements can be very erratic, and using a rocket or grenade launcher can be really unreliable. In addition, she isn't consistently close enough for short-range damage options like Lord of Wolves or Legend of Acreus. So again, stick with something like a linear fusion rifle or maybe a sniper rifle like Whisper of the Worm for consistent long-range damage. Again, after damage phase is over, she'll go immune and the whole encounter will repeat. I know this was a lot for this encounter. Trust me, if you need to go back and re-listen to that entire explanation, I get it. This encounter isn't that difficult mechanically speaking. What you're actually doing is relatively straightforward, but there's so much to do and it's so easy to mess up somewhere and wipe that it makes this dungeon as hard as it is. In general, take your time. There are very few time-gated sections in this entire fight, so if you need to farm adds for a bit or step into the side water sections to get away from danger, you totally can. In general, for every single class, no matter your setup, equip 3 arc resists and have something that can easily deal with lucent moths. If they're ignored and they all hit you at the same time, this will basically force a wipe. The boss even has a move that spawns 7 of these moths all at the same time, which again have the potential to one-shot you regardless of your survivability. I specifically have a trace rifle on to deal with these moths, just so I can easily destroy them. Make sure you have some way to do that yourself. Again, even if you want to rock something like Risk Runner in this section just because of the intrinsic arc damage resist you get, that is totally fine. And finally, of course, she has a ton of health, so if you need to take 6 or 7 damage phases to kill her, that's totally normal. On my first solo flawless run, it took me almost 50 minutes to kill her across 7 damage phases. Just keep calm and play it safe. If I can do it, so can you.
again. The signal's clearing and I'm receiving your ghost's feed of... Is that... Oryx? Were the Lucent Hive trying to... This was a ritual to resurrect the Taken King.
Next up, we have Warlord's Ruin, and honestly, this dungeon isn't that bad at all. It's actually a favorite of mine. The mechanics are really easy, and there are very few punishing mechanics, allowing you to take this dungeon at your own pace. Starting off on Rathil here, he serves as our introduction into the mechanics of the dungeon. He'll start off by teleporting you into a cage, surrounded by 3 Taken Eyes. Destroying these Taken Eyes is what lets you out of the cage. If you don't destroy them in time though, you will eventually die. If you need help finding them though, what I like to do is stand in the center and rely on my radar to tell me which direction they're at. From here, he'll spawn in 2 Taken Totems. Standing within the rings around a totem lets you capture it over 7 seconds. For each totem that you capture, you'll get around 8 seconds worth of a damage phase. So if you want to only capture 1 totem, you absolutely can, but if you capture both, you'll get double the time during damage phase. And of course, since this dungeon is well designed, if you don't capture any totems, the encounter just resets. You only have a certain amount of time to capture totems once you're teleported into the cage, so breaking out as fast as you can allows you to have more time to actually capture the totems. After you deal damage, he'll go immune again, and the whole encounter repeats. It's a very simple, straightforward introduction to this dungeon, and being such a simple boss, a wide variety of DPS strategies will work well against him. Close range usually works best, but super and ability DPS also work great here since there are so many adds nearby, or if you want to position yourself across the arena and use long range options, you can do that if you want to as well. For my run, I just use Nova Bomb for decent damage and combine it with Legend of Acreus. But again, anything I recommend down below in the description will work great against him. Once you kill the first boss, you'll be teleported into this jail cell. To get out, you need to look to your bottom left on the floor where there are tally marks. Based on how many tallies there are, you need to interact with that many rotating objects around the jail. For my run, there are 5 tally marks, which means that 5 out of the 6 total objects need to be rotating clockwise. And to do so, I need to shoot each of them 3 times. The first shot makes them rotate counterclockwise, the second shot stops them from spinning, and the third shot makes them rotate in the opposite direction. The location of these objects is the same every time, and at the other end of the jail, there is another corresponding tally that tells you how many you need to rotate counterclockwise. Once you have all of them spinning in their required directions, shoot the gate lock highlighted by your original spawn and you'll break out. Follow my pathing here to reach the second encounter. One quick thing for this traversal section in this area, there are spike traps in the walls that can kill you. Simply avoid these by either jumping over them, crawling under them, or staying to the opposite side of the hallway from them. They're very easy to get around, but if you're not paying attention, they will probably kill you. Onto the second encounter, we have Locus of Wailing Grief. Much like in the first encounter, you needed to capture taken totems to get to the damage phase. To do so, kill the 6 taken eyes in the arena, and 2 Scorned Barons will spawn in on opposite sides. Each Baron will spawn in a totem and drop one on their death. When the first totem spawns, a blizzard will be summoned and slowly give you stacks of Biting Cold as you stand in it. At 10 stacks, you'll instantly wipe, and at 9 stacks, you'll be slowed. To get rid of these stacks, stand your torches along the back wall of the arena. The general idea is to balance your time killing Barons and capturing the totem with managing your stacks of Biting Cold. Typically, I'll capture a totem until I have 6 or 7 stacks, and then I'll go fully cleanse at a torch, and then go back to capture the rest of the totem. Again, there's no penalty for not capturing any totems. The encounter will just continue as normal, but you do need to capture a total of 4 to start a singular damage phase. When the Imminent Wish timer runs out of the top of your screen, the blizzard will end, and you'll get a number of fire orbs based on how many totems you captured during that time. You'll deposit these at the pillars around the arena, and these will serve as your DPS safe zones during damage. A few things to note about the encounter: you can capture all 4 totems in one go if you're really fast, although this can be extremely hard to do consistently. I normally only capture 2 per rotation, so don't feel like you have to get a ton of them all in one go. You can easily get one at a time if you wanted to and play it safe. Also, you might have seen it in the background gameplay, but the first Baron that I had never actually spawned his totem. They'll typically spawn it pretty quickly after they themselves spawn in, but if it's been more than like 10 seconds or so and they haven't done it, they're glitched and will never spawn it. So you just have to kill them and capture a single totem. Once all 4 are ignited, damage phase will instantly start. During damage phase, a blizzard will be activated, but if you stand by the fires, you will be safe and not get any stacks of Biting Cold. Eventually, the fire at a pillar will go out, and you have to rotate to another lit pillar to deal damage. Once all 4 go out, damage phase is over and the encounter repeats. For boss damage, like I mentioned with the other Ogre boss in Grasp of Avarice, ignitions and bolt charges can stun lock Ogres pretty well, so stuff like 1000 Voices, pretty much any bolt charge spam setup, or stuff like Dragon's Breath with a secondary damage source can all work really well. I actually use an arc build that I showcased earlier this season with Chaos Reach that allows me to chain multiple supers during a single damage phase, but pretty much any close to mid-range damage setup that doesn't require crits also works fine. Just keep in mind, this boss can vary how far away he is from you during damage phase quite often, so sometimes he'll be very far away and sometimes he'll be right on top of you. After we beat the second boss, just follow my pathing that I take here, and again bring a sword and any movement abilities to make this a lot easier. Finally, we've reached the last boss, which is Blighted Chimaera. This is a beautifully done boss fight, as you're able to take this fight as slow or as fast as you want to. To start the encounter, shoot the taken orb in the center, and then begin killing adds to spawn in taken eyes by the boss. Killing all 6 of these eyes then spawns in 2 Scorned Barons, which of course mimics the last encounter, and will spawn in a taken totem themselves and 1 upon their death, totaling 4 totems in all. Just like the first encounter, capturing more of these totems will lengthen your DPS phase, and not capturing any will reset the encounter. While you're capturing them though, there's a new invincible enemy called Corrupted Hex Drinker. When he spawns in, you'll get a debuff called Hex of Vengeful Corruption. If the timer on this buff reaches 0, you'll die. To get rid of this buff, you need to melee the scorned enemy and transfer the buff to him. If he's holding the buff when the timer runs out, he'll die instead of you. Although the corrupted scorned enemy is invincible, he is not immune to everything. He can still be debuffed. So this means that if you have anything that can blind him, suppress him, freeze him, or suspend him, you can completely immobilize him, making him much easier to deal with. Also, range melees will work on him as well, so with stuff like Throwing Hammer, Arcane Needle, or a Smoke Bomb, it's very easy to transfer this debuff while staying away from his own melees that can transfer it back to you. After the timer runs out, based on the number of totems you've captured, the damage phase will begin with a variable length. You'll notice a small section of his health bar is gated, but there's no punishment for not clearing this in one damage phase. You actually just repeat the encounter at that same section of the arena. As you deal damage throughout damage phases, you will ascend the peak of the arena, and then there's a dedicated damage area at the top for a much longer damage phase. Not clearing this gated health just means that you'll reach this peak slower, but you aren't directly punished for it. Once you clear the health gate, you'll move on to the next section and the mechanics repeat all over again. Where the boss is located for damage phases will also change, so while most of the time close range options will work, there are a few rotations where they're too far away for things like Lord of Wolves or Legend of Avarice. I'm personally using Queenbreaker, which has been a very strong exotic since its rework, and I'm also occasionally relying on Song of Flame for survivability or even boss DPS in some scenarios. Once you actually reach the peak of the encounter, you'll have 3 dedicated plates for damage. You can extend the damage timer on each of these plates by killing the eyes, as when all of the eyes spawn in, the boss will become immune, and you need to go to the next platform for another damage cycle. Once you go through all 3 platforms, you'll be teleported back to the beginning of the encounter, and it all repeats again. A quick thing to note, if you don't have stuff like heavy ammo or special ammo to deal damage, and you're worried about your survivability, you don't actually have to do the encounter itself. You can simply activate the plate by jumping on it, and then jump down to somewhere else in the arena. You don't have to deal damage if you don't want to. You can play it safe, and go look for stuff like heavy or special ammo on areas you cleared earlier. Once you've dealt enough damage to reach final stand, you'll be teleported back on top of the tower you ascended to get to this encounter area. There's no time limit on this though, so just play behind the pillars that help block damage and take your time. I would recommend before reaching final stand, you farm enemies for heavy and special ammo if possible. Even if it just means ignoring totems for a few phases to farm this up, I would highly recommend you do it. And just like that, you've solo flawlessed another dungeon. Moving on to the next dungeon, we have Vesper's Host, and fair warning, this is the hardest dungeon in the game by far. Vespers has a ton of environmental hazards throughout the entire dungeon, especially on the final boss, that can make solo runs, and especially solo flawless runs, a nightmare. And a lot of people believe that because of this, hunters have the hardest time doing solo flawless runs on this dungeon. So I wanted to showcase a full run with hunters specifically to give you guys an example of how I did it. Starting with the mechanics, you'll be using Deepstone crit buffs to interact with the panels around the arena. The basic idea is that some of these panels are meant to be shot, and others are duds that will wipe you instantly if you shoot them. To tell the panels apart, you'll pick up the scanner buff dropped by a vandal and approach each panel. You'll hear an audio cue that's different for a real panel versus the dud, and also any dud panel will not stay on your radar after you get close to it with the scanner augment. Once you've identified which panels are good to shoot, in this opening section there are 4 good panels and 1 dud, place the scanner in the augment terminal. Pick up the operator buff that's dropped by a vandal and shoot the good panels. This basic premise will change slightly throughout encounters, but in general, you need operator to shoot panels, and you need to know which panels are okay to shoot, most often by using the scanner augment. Make sure you're keeping track of your buff timer at the top of the screen, as if it reaches 0 while you're holding one of these buffs, you'll instantly wipe. On to the first encounter, we have Vesper Station. In short, you'll be going to each of the 3 side areas and using scanner to tell you which panels you need to shoot, using operator to then shoot those panels, and take the nuclear core you receive back to the center area and depositing it. Start the encounter by interacting with the center terminal, and it will cause a brig to spawn in. Kill him to trigger a scanner vandal to spawn in, and kill him. Once you have the scanner buff, then go to one of the 3 side areas. Killing all the ads along the way will unlock the panel room, and use the scanner buff to check each panel. In this first encounter, there will be 6 panels in each room, 2 of which are duds, 4 of which are good to shoot. Once you have finished with the scanner buff, or if you're running low on the scanner timer, bank it in one of the terminals in each side. You can always pick it back up again if you need to. Once you know which panels are okay to shoot, pick up the operator buff, which in the first area will be carried by a vandal nearby, and shoot the panels. Then just bank your operator buff and pick up the nuclear core. You need to carry this all the way back to the center and bank it. Keep in mind, while carrying a nuclear core, you have a stacking debuff called Radiation. If this reaches timed 10 stacks, you'll die instantly. There's your third wipe mechanic, and it's only the first encounter. So if you need to, you can always drop the core for a few seconds and let your stacks decay. Once you reach the starting arena, there will be a new brig blocking the core deposits. Simply kill them to unlock it and bank the core. The nuclear core does have a despawn timer on it, so while you don't need to be absurdly fast, try to be pretty quick in this section. Once you do this, simply repeat it 2 more times in the other side rooms. The only difference is that on your last trip back to the center with your final nuclear core, the brig will be a boss variant and have a lot more health. A few things to note about this section. The entire thing is mainly ad clear focused, but the brigs can be difficult to kill if you don't have a specific powerful option to do so. I'd recommend using anything non-crit based to deal with them, just because they don't have a crit spot until they're low health. I personally use my Super and Legend of Avarice on this encounter, and it's something you can replicate in all 3 classes. Also, there isn't a limit to how many times you can pick up the scanner or operator buff, so if you need to recheck your panels or you simply want to refresh your timer, you can absolutely do so by continuously banking and picking up in the augment terminal.
Power at 60%. Welcome to Vesper Station. The corruption is spreading. Taking on new hosts.
After the first encounter, we have a bit of a puzzle to unlock the second encounter. It just involves depositing nuclear cores at numbered deposits. These cores are dropped from fallen captains, and you need specific charges to open doors through the maze. You can follow along with the path I take here, but you don't have to if you don't want to. While you're doing this, the boss of the second encounter is actually here, and he can spawn in a bunch of exploding servitors, deal periodic close range damage, and of course, since this is Vesper's host, he also has a 4-second wipe mechanic. You'll see it here a few times. When your screen goes purple and you're tethered to the boss, you'll get an integration debuff. This debuff will kill you in 4 seconds, flat out, and the only way to get rid of it is to break line of sight. Normally this isn't hard, but it can be frustrating if he does this to you while you're already locked in some kind of animation. With that said, just play it safe. I typically don't worry about getting a bunch of charges for doors, and I'll just close one door behind me as I cut off previous ads and carry the charge through. So here we are on the second encounter, Raneiks Unified. Fair warning, this encounter is extremely buggy because Vesper's host. Only recently did they allow Tether to actually be used in this dungeon, and this boss is why it was previously banned. The damage he takes is extremely inconsistent, and the number of damage phases you need can vary wildly. Using the same strategy for boss damage, I've had anywhere from 2 phases while solo to 5, just because of how weird and inconsistent this boss can be. For the actual mechanics, it's not too bad. Start off by killing the ads that spawn in and banking the operator buff that'll spawn in on a Shanks from the start. From here, keep killing ads until you get a wave of Marauders. These are the invisible fallen guys that melee you. Killing these will then spawn in a Machine Priest mini-boss. After he's dead, you'll then be teleported to the second area of the encounter. This area is filled with a ton of Shanks, many of which are explosive, because of course they are. Kill all the ads present. Once you do, a Shank with a Suppressor Augment will spawn in. Kill him and you'll have the third mechanic of this dungeon, which is the Suppressor Augment. Suppressor is used for a few things, but in this encounter specifically, pressing your grenade input near the boss will cause a decoy to be left behind and take aggro. When it's broken close enough to the boss, it'll actually cause the boss to break into separate servitors. Doing so here is how you figure out which panels at the back of the room you need to shoot. You'll notice that 2 of the servitors have red markings on them. Remember their numbered name as you look at them, because that number is part of the 4-digit code you need to start damage phase. For example, in my first run here, the first 2 servitors I had were 6 and 9, so that is half of the code that I need to put in at the back of the room to deal damage. From here, I walk down the top entrance, and you'll be wiped of your buff as you clear this mesh barrier. From here, the encounter repeats, and once you do it a second time to get the other 2 digits, you can start damage phase. Once you know your full code, pick up the operator buff at the terminal and shoot the numbered panels with your code, the order of which doesn't matter. Once all 4 panels are shot, bank your operator buff. Like earlier, the boss and suppressor shank will spawn in, kill the shank, suppress the boss, and when he breaks apart, you can damage the servitors individually. The best way to deal damage on this boss varies from class to class. For Hunter, Tether is the best option in my opinion, but it's also the buggiest, so just be warned. Since all the servitors can be damaged individually, the best damage method is to use anything that has splash damage or AoE effects to damage multiple servitors at the same time. Tether itself also shares damage between tethered targets, which is why this encounter can get so buggy. I use a Waveframe GL and Tether on Prismatic Hunter, but if you're on a Solar subclass, you can also chain ignitions throughout the entire boss fight with stuff like Ember of Char and Ember of Eruptions for easy and consistent damage. As far as damage options across all 3 classes, Titans have Thunder Crash and Consecration Slam, as well as Behemoth for stuff like Crystal Shatter damage. Warlocks have Nova Bomb, as well as easy ignition chaining with stuff like Song of Flame. Hunter has Tether, of course, but also Gathering Storm works great this season when paired with a decent heavy weapon. Again, damage is really inconsistent with this boss, so if you have like half of his health in one phase and then like a fifth of it in the other phase, that's totally normal. After a varied amount of time, the boss will reassemble and the encounter repeats. Overall, the encounter isn't that bad or that difficult, it just has a lot of things that can go wrong. The exploding shanks can be very frustrating to deal with and will one-shot you from really far away for some reason. Again, the panels will instant wipe you if you shoot the wrong one, so if you need to write down your code in text chat or on your phone or something, make sure you do not forget it. A quick note about the build I'm using in this video specifically. It's my most recent Hunter build guide with a slight variation to it, but the main thing I want to focus on is Spirit of Arachne on the exotic class item. We're mainly using it to keep us alive with stuff like Woven Mail anytime we use our grenade, but it'll also activate when you use stuff like the Suppressor Augment because you use your grenade input to do so. So it's a free way for us to get Woven Mail and have better survivability when we have to be close to the boss, who has a ton of high damage attacks that can really harm us at close range. And again, that boss still has that integration debuff that he can pretty much use at any time, so just watch out for that.
I'll do to Clovis's grave. Once I find it.
Once you finish with Raneiks, there's just some parkour leading to the final boss, which is the real challenge of this dungeon.
Power draw on that anomaly is far beyond safe limits. Arc energy should...
Along the way, you'll run into these yellow arc energy clusters. Standing in them when they detonate will pretty much one-shot you, and they'll leave behind a damaging pool for a few seconds after they strike. The yellow light that you see won't actually damage you, but it's pretty much your warning that a lightning strike is about to happen there. Of course, this is Vesper's host, so there's a small tunnel with a bunch of trip mines in it. If you can, spawning a tangle in the previous room can help detonate a bunch of these trip mines all in one go. And then following that tunnel is a short boss fight, which once beaten unlocks the rest of the parkour section.
Stay back! That exoframe is the center of the corruption.
And congratulations, you've made it to the final boss. Drop down into the ship and let's go over the mechanics, which there are a ton of, because this is the hardest dungeon boss in the game. Starting off, you'll be in a room with a bunch of numbered panels, and you'll be using all 3 buff augments. The first thing you need to get is Suppressor, which will spawn on a Vandal. There will also be 2 Atrax-like clones that have radiation bubbles that will stack the radiation debuff while you're inside of them. Activating the Suppressor augment will drop the clone, which will drop their aggro. Breaking that clone when they're nearby will then remove their radiation bubble and allow you to kill them. Killing the first set will then spawn in the Scanner augment, and killing the second set will then spawn an Operator. Once you've killed all 4, go ahead and bank Suppressor and pick up Scanner. When you pick up Scanner, the thing you're actually checking are the 4 pillars in the room. Only one will be okay and the other 3 will be duds. Once you know which pillar is the correct one, go ahead and bank the Scanner Augment. The pillar you check should have a blue number on it, either 1, 2, 3, or 4. Based on the number of your pillar, you have to shoot the panels in the room with the operator buff that have that number on it. There are 4 panels in total for each number. Again, shooting the wrong panel will wipe you instantly, so please be careful. Once you've gone and shot all 4 panels matching the blue number on the correct pillar, you can go ahead and bank the operator buff. Once you've done so, we can move on to the second phase of mechanics. Look at both ends of the room and see which side currently has flashing red lights. This indicates the side of the room the boss is currently on, and you need to go down that side and drop down. Make your way to the side room and you'll have 3 augments again. Scanner can be used to kill the clones once you remove the radiation shield. However, I find it best to keep them alive after doing so because their bubble of radiation is their main threat. And if you don't kill them, new ones won't spawn in to replace them. You then go and pick up the operator buff and shoot all 4 panels in the room. Before you do so, make sure you're at full health and you have any kind of survivability options you might be relying on, because when you shoot the 4th panel, the room will lock you inside of it. You then bank the operator buff and pick up Scanner. 4 more clones will spawn in this arena, 3 of them are duds, and 1 of which you actually need to kill. Again, you go around with Scanner to find which one that is. Keep in mind, the one you need to kill will stay on your radar after scanning, and you have a distinct audio cue for him. Once you kill him, I like to bank the Scanner Augment before picking up the core, but you don't have to. Simply take the core into the center arena, which will remove any buff, and bank the nuclear core. Just keep in mind, the nuclear core itself will give you stacks of radiation, so if you're at 8 or 9 stacks from some of the clones in the arena, do not pick up the core until you're down to at least 4 or 5. Once you're inside the center area and bank the nuclear core, the doors to your section will close, and the boss's shield will slowly be burned down to 50%. Any remaining ads in the room will also be killed. Something to keep in mind, if you kill the wrong clone, it will basically instantly wipe you, as you then have 10 seconds to bank the nuclear core, but if you just kill the wrong clone, you probably don't know where the right one is. And again, with radiation, 10 stacks will instantly kill you as well. So again, a lot of environmental hazards to watch out for. Just play it safe, abuse stuff like restoration or damage resist like I'm doing with this setup, as well as stuff like invisibility in this encounter. You then travel to the other side of the arena and repeat this in the other room. Along the way, of course, there are going to be trip mines because Vesper's host, so just watch out for those. You then repeat this entire thing but in a different room. Again, same strategies that I would recommend before. And once you've done this twice, you can return to the main room you started in and go on to damage phase. For damage phase itself, it's incredibly chaotic. There are periodic spawns of arc energy, tons of clones that the boss can spawn in that can deal damage to you directly, and of course the boss is standing on a floating platform because you didn't have enough to deal with already. The damage phase you get is actually very long at base, but again it's very chaotic. From my experience soloing this dungeon on all 3 characters, the best way to fight him is with some kind of attrition orb weapon and fighting him up close. There is technically a safe spot in the back left corner where the lightning won't actually hit you, but since the damage phase is so long, you'll often run out of utility to keep you alive, and damage phase can be really difficult, especially on Hunter who doesn't have a lot of options for instant healing from a range. As crazy as this encounter can get, I firmly believe that this is the best way to fight this boss, at least while solo. Again, the build I'm actually using here is my most recent Hunter build, so if you're interested in how that works, you can go look at my previous video. To summarize it though, I'm using an attrition orb sword to periodically spawn in orbs of power which heal me and give me restoration, as well as stacking amplified, arc resist, woven mail, and faceted protection with the setup, giving us a lot of damage resist and constant healing. Eventually, it'll say that the boss communes with the anomaly as we deal damage. This is your sign to either risk extending your damage phase or play it safe and drop back down to the entrance. To extend damage phase, you need to kill the boss clone that is glowing white. Usually he's in the center of the main platform for DPS. He'll drop a nuclear core when you kill him, and you can deposit that in the side room to survive the oncoming explosion. This again will dramatically lengthen your total damage phase, but is not necessary at all. Eventually he'll do this communion a second time, so go ahead and drop down, and you're done with your first full rotation. From here, the encounter repeats like I said earlier. Once again, this is the hardest dungeon boss by far in the entire game. There are so many ways to die instantly without any counterplay in this fight, and the boss arena is just unnecessarily difficult given what you have to do to get here. Again, most people believe that this is hardest on Hunter, which is why I wanted to showcase how I did it. Again, you can fight the boss in the far back left corner where lightning usually can't reach you, but I found that this is really inconsistent solo, so my advice for damage across all 3 classes is to rock an attrition orb weapon of some kind, and then have a secondary weapon for damage. Stuff like Temptation's Hook or Velocity Baton, which actually drops from this dungeon, are great attrition orb weapons, and as for pure damage itself, I would recommend Lord of Wolves, Legend of Acrius, a decent sword if you have it, especially if that sword also has attrition orbs on it. Even something like Anarchy is really strong in this encounter since you have such a long time to deal damage and take advantage of its larger reserves. All in all, expect this dungeon to take well over an hour on your first run. It is extremely difficult, by far the hardest, even as someone as experienced with it as myself. I know this is something that I still struggle to do solo flawless runs on. This one, out of all the other dungeons that I did to film this video, took me the longest by far.
That thing is in the lower stacks. the anomaly. It's returning to the anomaly. It? Signal's gone. I'm alone again. Left to focus on what I still have. My research. My revenge.
And finally, we are on to Sundered Doctrine, the last dungeon in Destiny 2, and currently my favorite. The mechanics here seem really complex, but are actually very simple, and the boss fights are really unique and well designed. Follow the pathing I take here to get to the first encounter. Starting off on the first encounter, the general premise is that you need to focus light from the center of the arena through lenses dropped by subjugators around the arena to light up specific panels in sets of 3. The first rotation, you only need to light up 1 symbol, the second rotation you need to light up 2 symbols, and the third you need to light all 3 simultaneously. The mechanical way to find out which symbol I need is to look around the side rooms for a Grim called the Truth Keeper. Killing him reveals which symbol I need to light up, and from there I simply look at the panels in each room to find which one has that correct symbol. I kill the subjugators to get lenses, then place and rotate these lenses around the room to channel light from the center to the correct panel. To activate the light in the center, I simply shoot the rune above the starting lens. From here, the light will channel through the lenses we've placed and activate the panel, and as long as it's the correct panel, we're done with the first rotation. The other way you can do this encounter though is that you can actually figure it out narratively, and what I mean by that is the 3 symbols in this encounter as well as the other encounters in the dungeon will always follow a noun verb noun sentence structure, meaning they'll always make a statement such as traveler give guardian or guardian kill witness. Based on this, we can interpret what symbol would make the statement true, and that's the one we need to find for each rotation. For this run, I knew the first symbol I needed was worship before I even killed a Grim, because the statement Hive darkness only becomes true if the verb is worship. If you're confused on what would make the statement true, again, you can always just kill the Grim as a backup check. It's just that sometimes in order to actually get to that Grim, you need to go to all 4 rooms which have a subjugator in them. Once you have the correct symbol lit by channeling the light, it'll say that a pyramid accepts the truth. Because again, the total sentence we've made is Hive worship darkness, which is a true statement. The encounter then repeats. This time you have 2 missing symbols that need to be lit up, so once you find your first symbol, again, either by killing the Grim or by deciphering it narratively, you need to get the other one. A second Grim will spawn after you light up the first wheel. Again, the final phase is the encounter repeats a 3rd time where you need all 3 symbols to be lit up. Again, you can go to all 4 rooms and decipher what sentence would make sense based on the symbols you're given, or again, you can simply find a Grim, kill it, know which symbol you need, activate that symbol with the lenses, and then repeat the process. As you go into this encounter though, you might run into the problem of having a lens that can't rotate where you need it to go. If you already have a path that's lit up, don't unlight it because doing so will cause the lenses you've already placed to despawn. Each center lens can overlap with others in a few areas, so try to activate one of the center lenses and have it focus the same path you already have before deactivating the original one to go to a different direction. Although it's really complicated, I'll put up a map here of all the possible paths that lenses can take in case you want to sit down and actually figure out which way you want to go with it. As far as builds to deal with stuff like subjugators, for example, I'm rocking Peregrine on Arc Titan just to basically one-shot these guys with shoulder charge, but for stuff like Hunter, you can use stuff like Combination Blow on Prismatic or Arc Hunter that will basically one-shot these guys from full health. And for Warlock, there's a wide variety of builds you can use. The Stasis Turret with Arc Soul build is a classic that can easily deal with some subjugators by shutting them down through raw utility. Or for example, I posted a Warlock build earlier this episode that had Lightning Surge spam with Syntheseps that would easily one-shot these subjugators as well. But again, this is a general encounter, so pretty much any good survivability build works. From the first encounter, follow my pathing here to get to the second, which is one of the most complex boss fights in the game. When you get to this point, you're right outside the second encounter, but you need to unlock the door to get there. How you do so is by killing ads to spawn in witches. Witches then will drop glyphs that you can pick up and get stacks of knowledge. Looking at the door, there are 2 symbols. Mine were Hive and Scorn. What you need to do is deposit the stacks of knowledge into the wheels in the room until those specific symbols light up. For each stack I deposit, the glowing icon on the wheel will rotate that many spaces. You can deposit up to 3 stacks of knowledge at a time, and you can change the direction the glowing icon will rotate by shooting the glyph above the wheel. Once the 2 symbols are lit up on the wheels, the door will open up and you can reach the second encounter. Moving on to the second encounter, we have Zoetic Lockset, which is easily the most complicated dungeon boss fight in the game, and probably one of the more complicated boss fights in Destiny 2, period. Real quick, let's set up how this room works. When you enter the room, your screen will probably look something like this. You'll have Lockset progression as a buff at the top of your screen. You'll have your 4 Shriekers, these 4 panels, and 4 wheels around the arena. We can correspond all of these together in some way. Each line or break on this Lockset progression timer, we can think of that as an event trigger. When the Lockset progression meter is empty, that means that event number 1 is happening. Event number 1 is when Shrieker number 1 reads the symbol on wheel number 1. And based on what that symbol is, a certain event will happen. Each symbol will have a different effect. Those symbols are Kill, which will start damage phase when it's red. Hive will spawn in 2 Hive Ogres. Knowledge will spawn in Hive Knights and additional ads. Commune will change the boss's projectiles to bees, as they're referred to, and Stop will prevent any and all ads from spawning. The ideal damage phase for this boss fight is for this wheel here, wheel number 1, to have Kill on it, and wheels 2, 3, and 4 to all have Stop. This is the ideal damage phase. If you're just looking to know what to do, you're not concerned with how the encounter works, too long didn't read kind of stuff, ignore the panels, ignore all of them. Make the far left Kill, try to get the other ones to say Stop. That is the simplest explanation I can give here. Ignore the panels, make this Kill, make these Stop. If you can't make them stop, if you don't have enough time, or if you're just struggling to manage stuff, just make sure they're not Hive, and you're pretty much set. So again, finishing up everything else, Shrieker 2 here corresponds to wheel 2, 3 corresponds to wheel 3, and 4 corresponds to wheel 4. Very straightforward. So again, when Lockset progresses, and let's say like up to this point of the bar is filled, event 2 will happen. The second Shrieker will read the wheel here, wheel 2, and based on the symbol it reads, an event will happen. If you're wondering about what these panels are here, all around the arena, don't ever really pay attention to these. These are not a mechanic, they don't affect anything. These are basically a warning at various points in time for players in the arena to see wheels they normally cannot. For example, if we look at where I'm standing with this panel here, when damage starts, for example, this panel will update and show me what symbol is currently on this wheel. All this is doing is giving me an indication at a specific point in time what is currently lit on this wheel, as a warning that, hey, when this Shrieker goes to read it as the Lockset progresses to event 3, this is what will happen. That's what that's telling me. It's not locking in a symbol, it's not changing symbols based on what's shown there. It's simply showing me at various points in time what is on that wheel without me having to go over and physically look at it. So realistically, you can pretty much ignore these. So again, back to damage phase. Ideally, we have Kill here on the far left, and the other 3 are showing Stop. How this is actually read in the Lockset progression is at event 1, Shrieker 1 will look to the wheel. It sees Kill, so damage phase starts. During the rest of damage phase, at event 2, it'll read what's on this wheel. This wheel shows Stop, so no ads will spawn in. Effectively, damage phase continues without anything else changing. Same for Shrieker 3 here at event 3. It'll read this wheel, see Stop, nothing will happen. At event 4, we'll read this wheel, see stop, nothing will happen, and we'll have a full damage phase that entire time without any additional adds spawning in, any ogres spawning in, them getting new projectiles, nothing. Now, of course, this is not easy to do, and there is a random chance for wheels to turn over by 1 at some point in the encounter. Again, it's random, it can't really be predicted or planned for. A quick note about that though is they'll never tick over to kill. You'll never have a random instance where kill just happens. If it ticks over to kill naturally without you doing it, it'll tick over an additional one. So for you to tick over the wheels yourself, again, it's like the entrance to the encounter. You kill witches to get stacks of knowledge, and based on how many stacks you have, you can simply rotate that so many places. And if you want to change the direction of that rotation, you shoot the glyph above the wheel. So the last thing before I get into the actual damage phase strategy, the farther left that kill is red, the more time you have for damage. Think of the entire lockstep progression bar as your potential for damage. If you have it at 1, you have all this time to deal damage. If you have it at 4, you only have this small sliver to deal damage. And that's not what you want, because that's not a long damage cycle. You want the full length of time. On to damage itself. Damage here is really hard to do with any kind of precision-based weapon. And I know that's a lot of people's initial instinct seeing a Shrieker. But these guys cause so much damage when they're all firing at you at the same time and will flinch you like crazy. So the best damage strategy that I have found after doing this dungeon multiple times on all 3 classes is simply using Anarchy. Anarchy's base damage is fine, but it's not anything great. The big thing with Anarchy in this encounter though is that all of these bosses share a health pool, but they're each individually their own enemy. So if you put an Anarchy on all of these, you're dealing 4 times the base damage that Anarchy normally would against the target. And so all we're going to do in this encounter for a safe damage phase is go in this little corner here or this little corner here where only 2 of the Shriekers can actually see us at a time, and we're going to deal damage from there with Anarchy and occasionally peek out, shoot Anarchy at the other 2, and go back in. And in this corner, if you're a Titan, you're going to have Storm's Keep Barricade to get healing through Bolt Charge and deal a lot of damage with Bolt Charge. If you're a Warlock, you're going to put down a Healing Rift or your Well or pop Song of Flame. If you're a Hunter, you can play Invis if you wanted to and use stuff like Smoke Bomb on like Void Hunter and peek out, use Anarchy, go Invis again and just wait here. That is the damage strategy here. It is not the highest damage strategy. You can solo 1-phase this guy on Titan and easily solo 2-phase on Hunter and Warlock. In fact, I'll showcase a solo 2-phase strategy for Hunter here in the video. But this, again, is a safe strategy. It is good for solo flawless because it is the least dangerous strategy. Even if ogres would spawn in here, for example, and try to hurt you and everything, you're protected by this panel here. So as long as you don't jump out right in front, they really can't hurt you. So again, it's a safe damage strategy. Just use Anarchy, sit here with some form of healing or some form of utility. If you need to, you can even jump over and kill adds that are nearby here in order to get survivability reprocs or orb pickups, whatever you need, and deal damage with Anarchy. That is it. Do not try to sit somewhere in the back of the arena like here and deal damage or something, because the damage from all 4 of these and the flinching from them is horrendous. And again, the lockstep progression for a full damage phase will typically take longer than stuff like a well or a bubble lasts. So you'll be caught here with basically 0 survivability while you've been struggling to deal damage against these guys. Just use Anarchy. If you don't have Anarchy, use Wither Horde, use some kind of damage over time grenade launcher, and just simply sit in these corners. That's the best thing you can do. If you're using a damage super like Thunder Crash or even Storm's Edge for this encounter, technically for Hunter, you can hit both of these Shriekers at the same time. If you just simply aim for the inner side of them, or again with Storm's Edge, if you target this center column here, you'll hit both of them for damage. Warlocks, if you have Nova Bomb, you can hit both of them if you aim for the center, or if it hits along the sides here. And for Warlock specifically, if you have Chaos Reach, you can actually line up your Chaos Reach to hit multiple of them in a single beam. So those are your damage strategies. Again, from the background gameplay, you can see I'm just playing it safe. I'm not doing anything too crazy. I'm simply kind of putting Anarchies on, maybe killing a few adds here and there if I need to, but more or less relying on Bolt Charge and my Barricade. Again, for Warlock, I would do the same thing with Anarchy and just have a Healing Rift and a Well. For Hunter, in the damage showcase I'm showing, I'm playing a bit more aggressively, but I'm still kind of doing the same thing. I'm spamming Invis and survivability options while mainly relying on Anarchy for damage. So again, that is Zoetic Lock Set. It's a very complicated encounter, but it doesn't have to be. Just focus on making the left one kill, the other ones being stop or at least not Hive, and you'll be fine. Once you kill Zoetic Lockset, all 4 Shriekers will blow up, and 4 Shrieker cores will drop on defeat. Physics one of these by shooting it into the center of the arena to unlock the door and move on to the final boss. Along the way, you run into this lens room. Simply channel the light and place the lenses as I do, and the door will unlock every time. Right after the lens room, you'll have your first introduction to the shootable door, which is a very, very dumb way that you can die on a solo flawless run, and I've died to it. Trust me, it's not fun. Save yourself the embarrassment. The speed at which they open is based on a combination of damage and projectile count, so having something that deals decent damage while having a lot of individual damage tick projectiles is key to opening these quickly. In my opinion, Traces are the go-to pick for this and are a good option because they don't take up your heavy slot. And just like that, we are on the final boss of the final dungeon. This boss is a lot simpler than other final bosses in more recent releases, like Simmumah Goes to the Deep, or stuff like Corrupted Puppeteer in Vesper's Host, and I really like this boss fight mechanically. Starting off, the basic summary, that panel that he's sitting by will have 2 groups of symbols shown on it. One set of 3 on the left side, one set of 3 on the right side, and some combination of them will be lit and unlit. These groups follow the noun-verb-noun sentence structure I talked about earlier, but in short, one of these groups is a lie, and the other group is the truth. You activate damage phase by lighting up all the symbols in the lie group and having all the symbols in the truth group not lit up. You have 2 ways of telling which group is which. The simplest way is you can find the truth grim at one of the side rooms, and killing him will show a symbol. That symbol is part of the truth set. So let's say, for example, that you have Pyramid, Stop, Savathûn as one of your sets. If you kill the Grim and he shows Pyramid, for example, that means the Pyramid, Stop, Savathûn set is the truth, and the other set's the lie. So your job is to make sure that the truth set is not lit up, and the lie set is. The other way you can actually do this encounter is just narratively like the first, and it's why I really enjoy this section. For example, in my first rotation, I had 2 groups. The first was Witness, Drink, Light, and Pyramid, Stop, Savathûn. I know for a fact Savathûn can't enter the pyramid in Destiny's story because in the introduction to the dungeon, she tells us that Ralk locked her out of the pyramid. So yes, the pyramid is stopping Savathûn from entering it. So that has to be the truth, and that makes the other set a lie. So in my setup here, I need to deactivate Savathûn and Stop, and I need to light up the light symbol. The whole premise of the encounter, again, is that you're exposing the lie, so this is why you're doing it. However, though, if you're struggling to narratively come up with solutions, you can just simply kill the Grim and see the truth and go from there. To activate and deactivate these symbols, you'll need to rotate the lenses around the arena and in the side rooms, similar to the first encounter. Some of these are going to be locked by strand knots. To unlock them, you need to kill the Yellow Bar Knight in the center room, or kill the Subjugators in the side rooms, and after they die, Dread Scions will spawn in. Killing them will give you the Unwritten Empowerment buff, which lets you break these knots and then interact with these lenses or shoot these glyphs to have these symbols lit or unlit. To enter the right side room, you get in by jumping on top of the falling platform here, and you leave via a small hole near the entrance. For the left room, you have a shootable door. Only go inside if you have it fully propped open, and if you get slowed, please don't risk dying like I did and go in anyway. Just simply back out of the room. It's not worth getting crushed and dying to a door on your solo flawless run. Trust me, that one really hurts your pride. When you are inside of this door, you cannot continue to open it. The only way to open it is to deal damage from the outside. So again, you'll simply go across the arena or into the side rooms, kill the subjugators necessary to get the scions to spawn in, kill those scions to unlock the necessary lenses you have, and then you can go and light up or unlight the symbols that you need. I'll throw up a map here of what I actually use to learn where all the symbols are, but it's pretty intuitive after a while and you'll catch on. To activate damage, once the lie set is lit up and the truth set is unlit, so you have 3 lit and 3 unlit in the center panel, go to that panel that he was sitting at in the beginning when you walked into the room and activate the panel. This will trigger damage phase and you have a few seconds to find cover, but you'll basically want to hide behind a pillar or a wall to avoid the burning effect that will slowly drain the boss's shield. If you've ever done the Warden of Nothing Strike, that burning thing the servitor does is the exact same thing that happens here. So you simply want to hide behind a wall or a pillar to avoid that burning effect. Over time, the boss's shield will be melted down, and once it's removed, it's time for boss damage. This boss almost requires you to have a long-range damage option in case you're interested in doing this fairly easily, as he has a strand stomp that will suspend you and then he can damage you very easily from there, and he can also pull you in close with a strand pull ability similar to the strand scions from the Dread. The best place I found to do damage is along this left side behind this wall, although there are probably tons of other areas you can deal damage to him that are just as effective. The main reason is because he really can't stop you while you're up here, and as long as you're not on the edge itself, he really can't pull you with his strand ability. For damage, anything crit based is fantastic. Queenbreaker, Whisper of the Worm, any decent linear fusion rifle will work great when supported by a decent build and the episodic artifact mods. You can go to town on him with damage supers if you want to, because he really isn't that big of a threat when you're playing cover here. So if you want to use something like Thunder Crash, Gathering Storm, Golden Gun, Nova Bomb, for example, you can use all of those options. But again, you mainly just want to sit here, damage him with your linear fusion rifle or your other precision-based weapon, and then simply wait for the burning effect to return. When the burning effect returns, that is your warning that damage is about to end. You can still damage the boss a bit, especially if you're in cover while that's happening, but it's basically your warning that damage is ending soon. This is another reason why we don't want to do close range damage against this boss, because if we're doing close range damage and he suspends us and then we're out in the open and that burning effect happens, it's basically an instant wipe. So again, that's another reason why we're trying to play cover over in the side here. Once the burning effect ends, he'll be immune and the whole thing repeats. Again, you go look at your panel, try to decipher which is the truth from the lie. Any combination will be lit or unlit to start, and you have to light up the lie and unlight the truth symbols. Sometimes this can mean that you're lighting and unlighting 5 symbols because you just got an unlucky combination roll. And I've even had ones where I just basically light up 1 symbol in like 10 seconds, and then it's another damage phase. If you're looking for tips for this encounter specifically, I would recommend going down below where that panel is into the lower area with the stop and give symbols are. There's basically an infinite spawn of Thrall down there, and so you can farm your super, you can farm heavy ammo very, very easily, and the boss can't get you while you're down there. So it's a very good way to stock up on everything you need leading into a damage phase if you need to. Really love this encounter because of the ways you can actually approach solving it mechanically or narratively, and overall, although the boss has a ton of health, time between damage phases can be very, very small. All in all, guys, that'll do it for the dungeon guide today. I'll let the rest of the video play out, but I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for watching if you made it this far. This video has taken me weeks to put together, and I'm really proud of what I've made here, and I hope you guys really enjoyed the video and learned something from it. Again, while a lot of these fights could have been done a lot more efficiently, I'm mainly using builds that are beginner friendly and easy to use. So while a lot of these guys are easily one-phased with certain setups, it doesn't really help if you're someone that's new to the game and just trying to get your first solo flawless, or you don't really have that much familiarity with the encounter, and so you're not comfortable doing that strategy in the first place. I hope it's inspired you guys to make your own solo flawless attempts on these dungeons, and has helped anyone who might be struggling and looking for some guidance in some of these encounters. Tons of dim links are down in the description, so go ahead and pick out a build if you're looking for something specific. I've grouped them by encounter types rather than encounter specific builds, so you have a lot of options to choose from rather than simply using a singular build that I would recommend. In addition, in a few of my runs, I have some points where I mess up a damage phase and have a really bad damage cycle, or I kind of sloppily do a mechanic here and there. I left those in on purpose, and I had those runs continue just because I wanted to show you that a solo flawless run doesn't need to be perfect. You don't need to have everything go perfect for that run. As long as you complete it, you're fine. In stuff like my first solo flawless Goes to the Deep, I was doing it in over twice the amount of time that I do it now. And I was almost dying all the time. I was overcomplicating a lot of things. I didn't fully understand the mechanic. And again, I made this guide to kind of help people who were in my situation a few years ago, where I wanted to do these things, but I didn't fully understand them. I didn't have a good grasp of PvE content to actually make these builds and develop these strategies myself. This was a ton of work, so a like, a share, a subscribe is greatly appreciated. But, you know, you don't have to do what I tell you to do. I'm not your dad. Do what you want. So anyways, I'll let the boss fight play out. Thank you guys so much for watching. I greatly appreciate your support. And as always, have a good day.
He